Orones.
Wilbur Cruz.
Noe Zarate.
Aldoria.
Michael Uriegas.
Jeffrey Ortiz.
Anita Franco. We have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. We'll start with public comment. No. Okay, we don't have any public comment. Item 5, student staff recognition. Superintendent, student ambassadors recognition is first.
Yes, earlier this evening, we recognized the student ambassadors. This is a group of students from 4th grade through 12th grade who have been part of the group that meets monthly. They represent all of our campuses, and they're able to share all the wonderful celebrations we have and the great things going on with instruction, extracurriculars, but they also get to voice their concerns. It's a way to build student leadership and to build student voice, and so we did recognize them earlier, 44 of them, and so I'd just like to take this opportunity to let the board know that we appreciate their support in all of the different committees and councils that we've created this year in order to bring unity for us in the district. So thank you, board. Is there any student ambassador who's still here? Yes? Okay, so please come up and let's get a picture with the board, please.
Hello, I'm Joey Cantu. I'm the principal at Carrizo Springs High School, and we want to recognize some students first. So will our culinary students please come up? Up there we have Lila, Cassandra, and Lexi. So they have 2 certifications to begin with. They have the food science and the meat science, right? But the reason I'm going to recognize them is because throughout the entire year, this year and last year, they fed the district, right? They were the main 3 seniors for culinary arts, and every time an event happened, they were the ones that were serving. So if you ever got served by our culinary arts department, them 3 were the ones that did it. So give them a round of applause. Thank y'all. We're gonna miss y'all. So I did ask Ms. Jimenez to come, and if she wanted to do a speech, she said, no, I'm gonna get all teary-eyed. So she didn't want, but she's already gone through that with them. So thank you, Ms. Jimenez, as well. So thank you. Moving on, somebody I do want to recognize is Miss Marta Medina. She will be retiring. She will be retiring after 40 plus years. 33 at Carrizo Springs High School. 44 years, Miss Medina? Who's counting, right, Miss? Yes. And Miss Medina was the brains of our library. She had kept it decorated. She kept up with the books. We even have a Christmas tree that's been up for like 10 years, but every year changes themes, like spring break, even graduation. So we're going to miss that tree, Miss Medina. We're going to miss you. Thank you for everything that you've done. Do you remember me, Miss? I got my ear pulled a few times, and I deserved it. I'm not going to lie, I deserved it, but she pulled my ear a few times. And she keeps reminding me of that, so congratulations on that too. And Mom. Okay, I want to call a few teachers up now. There's a few, but I'm going to divide them into two categories, okay? First, San Juanita Herrera. Go ahead and go up there. Guadalupe Jimenez and Darian Alvarado. Miss Herrera is everywhere. If you go to our events, she's there. Sometimes it's 6 o'clock and I'm about to leave. She's there. She's asking, what can I do to help you? What do you need? Can I help you? I'll do it. I'll do it. Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. A lot of us have gained weight. Thanks to Ms. Jimenez. She feeds the district. She feeds us. Anything, she'll say, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. I'll do it. A lot of it might come from her pocket. And she doesn't mind, but she's told me, I don't care. I love what I do. I love it. This is a passion. I'll feed whoever. If there's the district, she does that. Miss Alvarado, any extracurricular things that we need to do, I got it. I got you. I got you. Facebook, that's who runs Facebook. She runs our Facebook. She's making our school look great with all the posts and all that. So great job on all that. We have awards on Thursday. She said, I got it. Don't worry about it. You do what you need to do. Let me take care of it. Thank you, Ms. Alvarado, for all that. The next bunch, Margot Gonzalez, Cristina Villarreal, Tiana Chaidez, Cassandra Gonzalez, Aurora Nájera, and Victoria Gallegos. There was some things that happened that I can't get too specific on, but there were some things that happened throughout the year that I had to make changes. And I say through the year, and Ms. Gallegos is walking way over there. So there's things that happened throughout the year that I had to make changes. In January, talking to our superintendent, talking to our HR, these guys automatically jumped and said, I got you, don't worry about it. I got you, and not once did they complain, not once did they ask why, not once did they say, am I gonna get paid more? Not once, they said, we'll do it. Thank you for stepping up to that leadership role. That means a lot for Carrizo Springs students, our kids, that's what it's about. Thank you for taking that leadership role. Thank you for all that. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And here comes Ms. Gallegos. Same thing, Ms. Gallegos also picked up in January and helped us out. And this is all January, guys, at the last minute, January, February. These guys jumped and assisted, so thank y'all. Thank you, guys. That's it for Carrizo Springs High School. If we can call up our UIL, who's presenting our UIL team. Ms. Garza? I guess we are. I'll talk. So if you received a certificate, go ahead and come up. Any UIO participants, please come up. Yeah. Any UIO, whether you have a certificate or not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our district champion UIL team. 5-peat, 5 years in a row. If they're seniors, they did it 4 years in a row. If they're juniors, 3 years in a row. They're going to do a... So these are our 5-peat district champions. These are our district champions UIL team. Let's take another picture. Ari was not in the picture. Anyone else in UIO? No? UIL champions, 5-peat, 5-time district champions. We look for a 6th, right? You guys that are juniors carrying the team, 6-peat. Is that a such thing? If not, we're going to make it a such thing, right? Academic excellence, all the hard work you put behind it. Thank you. Going above and beyond, representing Carrizo Springs High School, or Carrizo Springs CISD the correct way. Thank you very much. And a testament to the parents, too. Thank you all parents for that.
Yes, can we have Annette Guerrera come up, please? Guerra, come up. Okay, good evening, Board President, Anita Franco, board member, Superintendent Rose Pearson, to all guests, staff, and administrators. On behalf of Workers' Compensation Solutions and Carrizo Springs CISD, I want to thank you for the opportunity to honor one of our employees who has made the outstanding contributions to our organization's culture on safety. This year, the Safe Employee Recognition Campaign, or SERC, again gave us the opportunity to recognize and reward employees who demonstrated safety on the job. It is my great honor and privilege to recognize our outstanding member of our team today, Ms. Annette Guerra, as the recipient of the SERC Honor Roll Award. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Coach Gonzalez couldn't make it today, so on behalf of Coach Gonzalez, we're going to call out, first of all, Mr. Cardenas to introduce the golf regional qualifiers. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, round of applause.
I can't hear y'all. I'm waiting for the room to clear out. Makes it easier to talk in front of all of y'all. I have a couple of kiddos to recognize for tennis. I'm not sure if they are here. Well, I have tennis too. Okay, Mr. Cantu has the tennis. I'll take care of the golf. We had 10 individuals come out. We had one of them advance to region. I'm so proud of the young man. He worked all summer. He's still working now. He asked me if he had to come to a meeting because he wanted to go practice golf. I said, yes, we have to be there. So he's that individual. I'm proud to have him, and I'm so glad to have him for one more year. This award goes out to Abraham Hunter Urenda.
Thank you, Hunter. If you need tips, Mr. Uriegas is pretty good at golf too. To present the track regional qualifiers, Mr. Coach Valerio.
Thank you, sir. In the area of track and field, we have on the boys' side, they qualified in the 4x400. We have Julia Saipo. Heriberto Puente. J.C. Carrizales. And Wayne Perez. On the girls' side, regional qualifiers, we have Sofia Reyes in the 400-meter dash. And we have Ariana Rivera, our mile district and area champion, as 2-mile district and area champion as well, and regional qualifier. Thank you, Ariana.
While they're taking that picture, I also want to congratulate Mr. Coach Valerio. He will be retiring this year too. Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Coach. I've known Coach Valerio for a long time, and we've coached together a few times, and he's always been a great person. He's always been a great mentor as well. So thank you, Coach Valerio. On behalf of Coach Medina for tennis, we're going to recognize Melody Gamon and Logan Hernandez, Jr., who are not present today. And that concludes our students. Thank you. Thank y'all.
We're on, announce then. Here, we're on six. We're on 6. Okay. Okay, we are on item 6, announcements, communications, presentations. We have the Zonda Demographic Study presentation by Mr. Paul Cash.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay? No? Oh, it's good? Just closer? Okay. Good evening, Ms. Pearson, Board President Franco, board members, administrative team. I am Paul Cash with Zonda Demographics, and I want to kind of go through a demographic report that we did for you guys. I hate being back this far. As an old math teacher, I'm probably going to be drawn to the board at some time, but that should be okay. Too many things for me to operate here. And so, thanks for having me. I do represent Zonda Demographics. Zonda Demographics, we've been doing demographic reports for almost 20 years. We used to be Templeton Demographics. Bob Templeton started the company, and we're the #1 demographer in Texas, and so I'm excited to be with them. Just some fun facts about Carrizo Springs in general. Over 8,000 population. It looks like the median age is about 38.9. Median home value, 89,000. And then we start talking about the populations, the generations that represent your population. And you can see here the baby boomers are about 20.4%. You have our Gen Xers. Gen Xers are 45 to 60-year-olds. They make up about 18.7%. You have millennials, you know, they get roughed up pretty good when everybody talks about millennials, but they're almost 20% of your population. And then Gen Z, that's age 9 to 26. They represent about 25%. And so that's just some fun facts that came from the census. One of the measures that we use to kind of look at the economic conditions of an area is unemployment rate. And your unemployment rate in Dimmitt County has risen over the past year from 5.4 to 6.4, which is still lower than it is in Eagle Pass, but higher than the San Antonio area. So 6.4 is you know, it's rising, which is never good. When we look at the growth across the state of Texas in regard to school enrollment, there's a weird phenomena going on here, and if I can go over here, you can look. 2 years ago, there were almost 100,000 students 2 years after COVID. But these last 2 years in the state, there's only been 12,700, then 13,000 new students. The population of public schools growing, but it's not growing at near the rate that it has been in the last couple of years. And that's before, you know, the vouchers and all that stuff got passed. Region 20, which is what you guys are in, it has a lot of orange color. A lot of orange color means that there's not really that much growth in the region at all. And it shows here that Region 20 has seen a 5-year enrollment decrease, and so has Carrizo Springs recently. But let's talk about one reason for that. This slide, we just added this slide, and one reason we do that is because the state of Texas does offer Texas Virtual School for students. And so you can see this last year, this current school year, there's over 57,000 students that have elected not to go to their home campuses and attend a virtual school. And that doesn't count the independent virtual schools that are not associated with the Texas Virtual School. One strength of you guys' economy here is the Eagle Ford Shale. You know, it's a big economic boost for you guys. And then also another great addition to the community that's supposed to open next school year is the Dimmitt County Sports Complex. You know, these kind of extracurricular facilities have a tendency to bring, you know, economy to the district, to the area. When we talk about housing in the Carrizo Springs CISD, last year there were 59 homes that were sold, and those were all existing homes, and so that's down from the last 2 years. And when we look at pricing, home prices, the average existing home sale price last year was right at $160,600, which was down by almost 10% from 2023. And then this year, there's been a few houses that have sold that have averaged a little higher, but it's still pretty obviously young in the year. Well, we're in May, it's almost halfway through. But the housing prices have actually gone down last year. Right now, they're a little bit high. One of the things that Zonda does is they own all the housing market, housing data. And so one of the ways, there's two ways that we really make enrollment projections, is we look at what homes are being built in the area and what plats have been submitted for future building. And then we also look at kindergarten and birth rate. So when we look at, we're going to look at both of those. The first we want to look at is there is not any current building of homes or future building of homes in the Carrizo Springs area. The only construction that we found were 3 duplexes. So that totals 6. And so that's not, so we don't expect a lot of growth in regard to that. But one thing I do want to look at is where some areas where your students are, is we have this multifamily yield analysis. And so if you look at this picture here, you have the red color. You have Westwood Village, which is red, and you have Carrizo Springs Apartments, which is red. Both of those areas have a 0.75 or more student yield. Here's what that means. That means for every 10 occupied homes in those two, Westwood Village and Carrizo Springs, you have 7.5 students. So really 75% of the occupied units there have students involved. Then when you look at the orange, and I have 2 of those, Red Sand Springs and then the SB RV Park, they are between 0.5 and 0.7. So if you just took the low end, for every unit that's occupied there, half of them have students that are involved, that live there. And so that's just kind of how the multifamily works. When you look at manufactured homes, in 23, you guys had 17 that were installed. In 2024, there were 18 installed, and then there's been 7 manufactured homes that have been installed in your area this year. So one of the things we like to look at is we take the student data that you guys send to us, and we geocode it. So we know where every student is in your district. And so I think Ms. Pearson actually had a chance to use this slide. So where are your students coming from? 1,521 students, or almost 82% of them, reside within the city of Carrizo Springs, city limits. But then you have 177 students that reside in Big Wells, and then you have 107 students that reside in Asherton. And so the bulk of the students that attend CSCISD are still coming from the city of Carrizo Springs. This slide here kind of shows you this is a TEA report, and this is simply students that reside in Carrizo Springs CISD that go to school somewhere else, or students that reside somewhere else and come to school in Carrizo Springs ISD. And you can see here this school year, 22 students actually attend from outside the district, and 24 attend schools outside of the district. But I want you to know that Hallsville ISD, in case you Googled where is Hallsville ISD, it's actually in East Texas. Hallsville ISD is a virtual school, online school only, and so half of the students that don't attend Carrizo Springs ISD that live here are taking classes online. So just briefly, I want to talk about private schools. You know, that's the big thing with the vouchers passing of how that's going to impact. Carrizo Springs doesn't really have a big impact of private schools, but there are, this last year, there were 30,000 students just in Region 20 that attended private schools, and that's mostly around the city of San Antonio. So I told you that we look at housing market, but we also look at birth rate when we start talking about making enrollment projections. So what we do is obviously 5 years ago in the county of Dimmitt, hospitals had so many births that happened. And so we actually just use a formula that says 5 years later, how many of those are going to be in kindergarten? And then that is a big factor that really drives the projections for the rest of the time. When you have a big kindergarten class, it affects you for 12 years. And so you can see here from the graph that we try to just keep the next year, next year it's going to be a bigger kindergarten class we're projecting, then it's going to be down a little bit, and then it starts to level out. But this is something that we certainly watch for each year to see how that's going to impact us. So let's look at the enrollment for this year. So you can see that you guys in October submitted that you had 1,851 students. The two largest classes were 5th and 6th grade. That's unusual. Typically, your largest class is your 9th grade class because you have some that have 4.5 credits and needed the 5th credit and didn't quite get to be a 10th grader. But if you notice, one reason that 9th grade was smaller is because 8th grade was a really small class of 120. The smallest class in all of the district last year was 8th grade. So consequently, when they go to 9th grade, they also remain a fairly small class. The two largest groups, the biggest gains were from 8th to 9th grade, and then from kindergarten to 1st. So let's look at what does that look like. So we start making projections here. We had 1863. Really, my enrollment projections keep it pretty flat for the next 10 years. It goes up a little bit, it goes down a little bit. But if you look at this, this is one way to look at it. You went down 52 students this year, but you only graduated 109 12th graders, okay? And then you brought in 125 kindergartners. So that's really good, is the kindergartens need to be, that's really has the greatest impact on their enrollment projections. And you can see here, I talked about that kindergarten class that we're projecting to be large next year. Look how it'll impact. It'll be one of the largest groups, and really all the way through for 10 years, it'll have a positive impact on the projections. So when we look at the campus, your campuses have a great functional and maximum capacity. With the projections that we've put together, no schools are even within 80%, 85% of reaching capacity. And so really, what I want to summarize is economics seem to be fairly good here in regard to the Eagle Ford Shale. There's not housing developments that are happening yet. And so in 5 years, enrollment projections to be about 1,856, and then in 10 years to be about 1,860. So really to remain fairly level for the next 10 years. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
I have a question, sir. I don't know if you did a 10-year study, does this give us any indication for more than 10 years? What just off the top of your head, what do we look like past 10 years?
Well, 10 years forecasts are really pretty tough to make to begin with. It's all going to depend on if there continues to not be any housing growth in the district, then it's all going to be related to birth rate, because last 2 years you've kind of gone down in housing sales, and so it's hard to make a prediction. It's really hard to even project past 5 years. Really gets more difficult when you do that. It's just going to be important to pay attention to how the birth rate in the kindergarten and the elementary kinder and first grades look in regard to enrollment. If they start to dip, then they're going to have, the same way that we're projecting next year's class to have a 10-year impact that's positive. When you have a small class, the same thing happens. The same thing, with that 8th grade class that was small last year, consequently you have a smaller 9th grade class, which is very unusual. So I really can't say, I really can't make any real projections beyond what 10 years, and really even 10 years it's difficult. Sorry about that.
No, sir, not at all. Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation.
Well, it's a lot of numbers, and I try to go pretty quick, but you guys can read through it, and any questions that you have, Ms. Pearson can always follow up with me as well.
Any other questions? Anybody?
Not so much a question, but a comment here. What kind of stands out or stood out to me, 160 of our students reside at 612 multifamily units across the district. So if we need to go out and spread messages and knock on doors, we know where we can find our majority of, a good chunk of our kiddos. That was a good,
Yeah,
good numbers there.
great observation.
Well, almost 82% of them aren't very far from, they're all within the city limits, so they shouldn't be that hard to find.
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item 7, superintendent briefing.
Okay, so here we have our career ready and college prepared congratulations to our Southwest Texas graduates. And we are very, very excited that we had over 30 graduates at Southwest this past Saturday. Very proud of them. And then the next one is from the next slide is from our award ceremony, where we were able to recognize many of our students that have made their decision and are going to be attending the colleges of their choice. The next one is also a picture of our graduate seniors at their award ceremony. This is our honors that received their honor cords that evening. And then the next slide is our top 10% students. That also includes our next picture, which is our valedictorian, Christian Diaz, our salutatorian, Tristan Novato, and Donovan Garcia, our historian, and we're very proud of their high academic achievement. Then the next slide is our student ambassador seniors that received their cords, Kenya Chong, Andrea Diagolita, and Christian Diaz. And then for the superintendent award, which are students of service, is Diego Lira and Sasha Rodriguez. And Diego would be going into the workforce. He's looking into going into the studying the Border Patrol, and Sasha will be joining the Air Force. And then the next slide is our retiree banquet. Thank you, Mr. Uriegas and Mr. Morones, for joining us. Our retirees, we calculated the years, and it was over 200 years of experience in the district. We had a pleasure recognizing these fine educators, and we wish them the best in their next chapter. And then we had our elementary district teacher of the year, Ms. Vega, who we were able to surprise on Thursday of last week. And we're very proud of Ms. Vega. She does our arts at the elementary and just spreads a lot of love, goes above and beyond, and representing our district. And then the next picture is Ms. Amanda Santos, who was our district secondary teacher of the year. We were able to surprise her also last Thursday. She teaches at the high school and also coaches, and we're very grateful for her leadership as well. And that concludes the superintendent updates other than the bond update. And I do have a bond update. We did our traffic study, and you can find all of our information on our traffic study on our website. On May 29th, we will be holding our geotechnical report. The geotechnical report will cover the high-level review of geo report findings. It will also cover the civil design revolving around the geo report. This will have discussions around what type of pillars are recommended by the architect and why, what type of slab and what type of grade the architect is recommending and why. And all of that will be at the May 29th geotechnical presentation, and that is the update for the bond at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Pearson. We'll move on to item 8, reports, informational items, starting with the financial briefing. Mrs. Diaz.
Thank you. So for April 2025 executive summary, we show that for the general fund, we have collected 93.89% of our revenue and 28.64% of our expenses at this point. The reason that that is low is because we make our Chapter 41 payment in August. However, if we were to exclude the Chapter 41 payment, we're at about 59.97% of our budgeted expenses at this point in time. So we're 66% of the year. In food service, we have collected 79% of our budgeted revenue, and our expenses are a little bit higher than where we are as far as time that has passed. We're at 71.01%. And for interest and sinking, we are at 99% of realized revenue. We do have a budget amendment to present to you later on the agenda where we are realigning that. So we reevaluated that. Thank you, Mr. Doria. And we are 37% of budgeted expenses there because we've made one bond payment. The second bond payment will be in August. Also want to add that although food service is at 79% at this point in revenue and 71% in expenses, Ms. Karen Marroquin has brought forth a budget proposal to Ms. Pearson in regards to paying our summer staff from the summer fund, a grant 242, so it is an allowable expense, and so we should be recognizing a reduction in our expenses this summer from general fund compared to what we've done in the past few years. So good job on that side. For the general fund revenues collected to date is $59,046,718. Our expenses as of April are $19,691,166. So revenue over expenses, we have $355,552. So that's where we are as an overview for general fund. On food service, we've collected year to date $1.5 million. Our expenses are $1.6 million at this point. So the revenue over expenses for food service is under by $160,000. So at this point, this is the amount of the general fund transfer. Of course, we still have a couple months more to go for the end of the year. On the next page is a detailed, it's a generalized listing of the revenues and expenses for the general fund, where I'm breaking down the 59,046,718. So here you can see that the local revenue, which includes our local tax collections, interest, and so forth, you'll see the 57.8 million, the state at $1 million, and then federal at 31,906. And then on the expenditure side, you can see by function code, you can see what our expenses are. I'm not going to go through those line by line. You have those for your review. And then you can see that what our recapture payment is budgeted at, if you wanted to take a look at that number there. Okay, and we'll move on to the next page. The next page is the detail for food service. Local taxes, that's a la carte sales, local sales, adult sales, $66,628. State at $38,000, and the federal revenues at $1.398. And then the expenses, like I mentioned earlier, is $1,664,000. Okay. The next page is the detail for our debt service. Our debt service collections on our taxes are 11.2 million, and our expenses for the first part of the bond payment for this year is 4.4 million. For the board budget amendments, this is basically an ongoing listing of board-approved budget amendments that have come forth to you for approval. And so we will, at the very bottom, you'll see the ones that we'll be presenting later, later today on the agenda here in a few minutes. On the special maintenance projects, there's no change from the last time. The board approved 350 at superintendent's approval. And so our subsequent report to you as a board, we have not had any changes since February. So our balance out of the 350,000 is 254. I just wanted to add that that's been extremely helpful as far as us being able to react quickly to emergencies. So thank you for that. On the next page, you'll see our year-to-date interest earned. So on the first part, we have totals by fund, and then also by month, you can see through the year. So we're collecting, between 500,000 and 600,000 every month across the various funds, which is general fund, interest and sinking, and construction. So in April, we collected 631,000 in interest. So you can see that total. And then on the bottom part, I'm showing you by year. So last year, at this point, we collected 772,000. This year through April, it's 631,000. So it's a running total, so you can just have a comparison. On the next page, we go into the construction financials. So in construction, like I mentioned before in the previous month, the bottom part is the subtotals for 23-24. And this fiscal year, 24-25, we've collected 2.9 million in revenue, which that would be attributable to our interest. And then on the bottom, you can see that we've already made a payment on our transportation, the vehicles or the buses that we had ordered, the 108, I think it was the vehicles. And then on capital building and construction, which are our expenses, 1.1 million, and that 1.1 million is identified on the next page, and you'll be able to see the 2 years, a listing of 23-24 and then 24-25. And that's the conclusion of the overview.
Okay, you want to continue to the
Yes.
discussion and review of monthly tax collection report?
Yes, thank you. So on the top part, on maintenance and transportation, on maintenance and operations, this is our M&O tax collection. And you can see here that we projected to collect 56,445,215. This includes the current and prior year and penalties and interest. For the current month, we've collected 107,000. But for the year-to-date, we've collected 55,845,000. On the bottom part of the report, you'll see our interest and sinking fund 511 report. I made a note on the side that we are presenting a budget amendment to you in a few minutes on that. But we have collected so far 10,996,732. Okay, I'll proceed to vendors over 50,000. For the vendors over 50,000, we're reporting to the board any vendors that have exceeded the 50,000 threshold. We start the year by presenting to you vendors that may exceed 50,000 and the procurement of how they've been procured. And we're required to also submit to you subsequent reporting should we have any other vendors. But this is our ongoing list as of April 30th and vendors that have been approved. Any that are not on the list, we bring to the board for approval to exceed 50,000. We don't have any of such at this point, other than these are our vendors that have exceeded at this point in time. On the next few pages are the check register. I will not go through those in details, but if you have any questions for me, I can either try to answer or make note and get back to you if you have any questions. You want me to continue, ma'am?
Anybody have any questions on the, no? You can continue, miss.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay, do I keep going, or are we going to go to consent agenda, Ms. Pearson, on the agenda, or you want me to take care of the rest of my items? It's up to you. As far as following the order of the board agenda.
Which, we're gonna go to 9. We'll go to 9. Okay. We'll go ahead and go to item 9, the approval for consent agenda items. A, consideration of minutes, the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 15th, 2025.
Madam President. There are no more questions. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting on April 15, 2025.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Al Doria, seconded by Jeff Ortiz to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 15th, 2025. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Motion carries. Okay, now item 10, discussion and possible action items. A, consider approval for the Carrizo Springs CISD staff development minutes waiver for 2025-2026 school year.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Pearson. So what you have before you is a request for staff development minutes waiver that allows districts the flexibility to use up to 2,100 instructional minutes annually for job-embedded, high-quality professional development without reducing the required instructional operational minutes. This flexibility supports educator training during the school year to improve student outcomes while still preserving our current or adopted instructional calendar. So we have designated 4 days, October 3rd, 2025, November 10th, January 5th, 2026, and February 13th as these days. With the board's approval, an expedited waiver will be submitted to authorize these days for professional development days for our teachers.
I'll make the motion to approve, Madam President. Staff development minute waivers for 25-26 school year.
Okay,
Second.
who said? Yeah. Okay, we have a motion made by Michael Uriega, seconded by Oscar Morones to approve for the Carrizo Springs CISD staff development minutes waiver for the 2025-2026 school year. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. B, consider approval of budget amendment for the final 2023-2024 recapture payment of $544,396.
Thank you. So every year, we go through a process in paying our Chapter 41 payments to TEA. And so this request and requesting funding from our general fund balance is $544,396. This is for the final settle-up payment for the 2023-2024 school year.
I have a question, Madam President. So this amount will be reflected on the 23-24 expenditures, right?
You're asking if it'll be reflected in
Yeah,
that year?
in that
It'll
year.
actually be recognized and reflected in this year.
this year.
in this year, yeah.
So it won't be deducted from the beginning fund balance of 24 million.
It'll be part of the current year, yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Mm-hmm, yep,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Do you want me to go over the process?
Yes, please.
Okay, sir. All right, so if you look on the following page, you should have a payment ledger that has a whole, a bunch of numbers and dates on it. That is our TEA Foundation School Program payment ledger. It shows how the recapture amount has changed throughout time for the 23-24 school year. And I'll give you some key points here. If you look at the very beginning, in June of 2023, the TEA initiates the initial Chapter 41 payment. So it'd be like basically almost like next month, we should get an estimate of what we should be, or what they, in TEA's eyes, views as what we would be owing them based on their calculation. So it starts in June with an initial state funding amount. It's an estimate. And it's usually based on the April preliminary values. So you know how we get the preliminary values from the Dimmitt Central Appraisal District, and so they have that information and they initiate this first payment. In September, when we certify our July values, you'll see that it went down from 58.7 million to 49.4 million. And so that happened in September from the July certified values and any other PEMS data that we might be submitting. And then the next big significant change happened in about February of 2024, and you'll see right around the middle of the line of the page, it went from 49 million to 41.8 million. At that point, that's probably a reaction to additional information and the PEMS snapshot information that goes out in the fall, which is in October. And then if you'll notice, we make the payment at the end of the year in August, and we settle it at that point, and that's why where you see that $0 on that page. So that's at the end of the fiscal year. Just like this year in August, we'll make the payment that we owe based on all of these assumptions. And then in September, as soon as we think we're done, TEA will send us a survey for the tax information. That tax information survey is a survey that we put together as a board right before you adopt next year's tax rate. We're required to do that before you approve the tax rate. And that's where we take our collections usually through June, and then we project what we think we're gonna collect for the next 2 months, which is an estimate. And then TEA will then send us another near final report based on that tax collection estimate, and we usually pay that in October. And you will see that this year we paid $747,702, which was brought to the board at that time. And now, on or about April, after our audit is done in January, February, we submit it to the Federal Clearinghouse. TEA gets their report of our audit report. At that point in time, they can see what we truly collected in taxes, and any final ADA or student information, all of that information is settled at TEA, and they send us a final bill. We'll receive the communication from them, and at this point, they're saying, okay, your final settled amount for all true figures is $544,000. So if you pay attention to the process here, it's really important because right now we're entering budget season, right? And so we've gone through our budget workshop. We'll go over it again in our next budget workshop on June the 24th, and I want to say that I was so glad that our demographers presented that information because they took a big load off of me trying to project where we will be with students, so we know that that's fairly flat, and we know that we're presenting a conservative budget to you, but during that part, we're estimating what we think our Chapter 41 payment will be based on the TEA numbers that they send us, and then remember also we also take our summary of finance template through Moak and Casey, and they help us estimate as best as possible these figures. But we'll get changes throughout the year because budget is one thing, then the reality is another. Budget is our best, most educated guess that we can project in revenues and student attendance and enrollment. And then every year, we start to monitor, how are we doing with attendance? How are our tax collections? And we continue throughout the year. So that's a brief update on how and why are we at this point. Okay? Thank you. Mhm.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Wilbur Cruz, seconded by Noe Zarate, to approve the budget amendment for the final 2023-2024 recapture payment of $544,396. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item C, consider approval of the 2024-2025 mid-year budget amendments.
Okay, so on the first page, you'll see where I'm moving 89,600 from one function code to another. And on the page right behind it, you'll see a working copy for reference. The working copy for reference is what the board approved at the March meeting, and I inadvertently coded 61 that should have been a 53. So this is a correction to that function code. So it does not change anything from fund balance or anything like that. I should have typed a 53 there where we had a 61, so that was my error. On the next one, the budget amendment 2521, that is a cross-function amendment, which is internal from within our own approved board budget, but again, crossing from function 36 to function 81. And this is to pay a secondary, another portion of the invoice that we received from Hellas regarding the boring and testing. It was a geo study that was done. It's another subsequent piece. So we're just moving it to the right account code under construction. Under 199, not the construction fund, out of the 199 construction, okay? The next board budget amendment, number 2522, this is what I was alluding to earlier when we were reviewing the interest and sinking fund tax collections. We reanalyzed, and I'm showing you the worksheet where we projected. We used the May and June, July, and August projections from the previous year. With the exception of June of last year, we used May for 2 years in a row because we actually collected $1 million in June last year, but that was due to some settle up with a company that made an adjustment with our Dimmitt Central Appraisal District at that time. So based on our projections, we did our best, and we estimate an additional $165,664 in tax collections for interest and sinking. And that is a summary of the budget amendments at this time.
President, I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just quick. I'm sorry, Ms. Diaz. If you could, with 2519.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Could you re-explain 2519, please, the budget amendment? Thank you.
Yes.
I see the information here. I might have too zoned out. Thank you.
Yes, so on 2519, if you look at the page after that,
Yep.
you will see the budget amendment that I presented at the middle of the year. In the middle of the year, I had presented to the board that we would be analyzing our budget at midpoint to make sure that we don't have such drastic changes at the end of the year. We want to periodically monitor where we are in the middle of the year. And I made a typo on function 61. I outlined that on the second sheet that says working copy for reference only. So what I'm presenting to you now is if the board could consider and approve to actually, I'm changing the code from function 61, it should have been 53. So that was just a typo on my budget amendment that I presented to the board in March. But it does not change our fund balance.
Okay. Maybe let me repose my question. I'll say technology and community services. So Did I not ask that correctly? I apologize if I did not.
Okay, so
Yeah.
function 53 is technology and
Correct.
function 61 is community, right? So when I realigned the budget based on whatever expenses we had at that point and projections to the end of the year, for example, if we had a vacancy that was budgeted at the beginning of the year or any other certain expenses, I was evaluating those in the one that reads working copy for reference only. So this is based on that analysis that we did in March. And so I inadvertently took
Okay.
it from the wrong spot, yep.
I think I was going more of the community services encompasses what? What are we covering?
Oh,
Yeah.
so community
I apologize.
services, Ms. Uriagas, can you help us a little bit on the community services,
okay.
function 61? Those are,
The meals, some certain supplies, anything that we can't justify.
Okay.
so the areas that we're not paying through the federal programs
it.
for for family,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yu.
This one, I'm gonna ask
Thank you.
Yes, sir, sorry.
But for clarity, Ms. Diaz, that was the wrong code. It should have been technology.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
And then I have a question on the 25-22 where he says, just to understand, like you said, it's a reduction from fund balance and it's adding to the revenues. So that amount came from,
For the, let me go there, ma'am. Yes, for the interest and sinking, that will increase fund balance in the interest and sinking because we're expecting to collect more. If you look at our tax collection report from interest and sinking, our budget balance is already negative because we're collecting above what we had projected. So this is to realign that for the remaining months.
okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
President, I'll make a motion to approve the 2024-2025 mid-year budget amendments.
Okay, we have a motion by Jeff Ortiz, seconded by Aldoria to approve the 24-2025 mid-year budget amendments. All in
Thank you.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll go to D, consider approval to release the final payment, excuse me, of Hellas Construction Inc. in the amount of $104,450 for completion of turf installation at the district's baseball and softball fields.
Yes, ma'am. Our board policy requires that board approval prior to the final payment for construction projects. Therefore, it is our recommendation for your consideration to approve.
So this is just the final payment to be done with
Yes,
the
yes.
payment.
And so we're presenting, you can see the certificate for payment. You know, we will make sure that everything is properly signed and documented. We also have a waiver that they should be notarizing, which they did submit, but we're going to ask for their submission with the signature on that. So, but once, you know, we'll make sure everything is executed, but we do need your approval for final payment.
And yes, we have a question.
Everything that our AD and Mr. Reese was also here, very heavily involved, that we pointed out was all fixed and repaired. And then we also have the warranties, what I also shared with the board as well. And there was one particular spot on the baseball field that they were kind of watching. They said that they felt that it would kind of even itself out. And when I last talked to AD Gonzalez, they felt that it was good. That Mr. Reese, is there anything else that you would like to share? Yeah. Yeah, we did several walkthroughs with them, and they came out and fixed each one. We did a total of 4 different walkthroughs. So, yeah. And they've been very responsive.
With this past rain, that we had a lot of rain, was there any issues?
Not that I
On the
was made
fields?
aware of any issues with the rain, Mr. Reese? You had a kickball tournament there today. Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Thank you.
I had a question, Ms. Franco, I'm sorry. Ms. Pearson, you mentioned their warranty, without going into fine print details, what does the warranty, what does it cover, I mean, how many years? If you can recall some of that, I'm
Yes,
just curious.
Oh my gosh, it's 10 years.
Okay.
And it will, if anything pulls up, because right now, like, there's certain parts that are in sections because they're meant to be repaired.
Right.
And so if anything pulls up, they told us how to properly care for it and do the proper maintenance. So anything that was on our fault from not doing the proper maintenance, because we do need to
Understood.
roll the
Right.
rake
Right.
on it regularly. But those type of things that they'll
Okay.
cover. And they're very responsive. They'll still even come out to our football field.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's
Thank
been a
you.
good partnership.
Thank you.
And like, if any of those things are not done, does that void the warranty?
I'd have to look at that, Ms. Franco. I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry. But I can find that answer for that.
Motion made by Wilbur Cruz, seconded by Oscar Morones to approve, to release the final payment of Hellas Construction, Inc. in the amount of $104,450 for completion of the turf installation at the district's baseball and softball fields. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, item E, consider approval of resolution regarding weather-related closure of school.
Yes, thank you, Board. So, as you recall, on May 8th, we had a severe thunderstorm that had heavy rains and hail, and it resulted in physical closure of our schools and our facilities on Friday, May 9th. So I'm coming to the Board to approve a resolution because employees through the district were ordered not to come to work on that, totally circumstances beyond their control. And we did call upon our maintenance departments, technology department for emergency-related services and repairs. And so I'm asking the Board to recognize the need to address the wage payments for employees who were idle and were not able to come to work during the emergency closing, and that we pay the employees who were called upon to work at their straight rate as permitted by DEA local. And this would be for all contractual and non-contractual employees, salaried and non-salaried, during the emergency closing, which was caused by the inclement weather.
Questions? Okay.
I'll second.
Motion made by Wilbur Cruz, seconded by Michael Uriegas to approve of the resolution regarding the weather-related closure of school. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item F, consider approval of tuition rate for 2025-2026 pre-kindergarten program for ineligible students.
Yes, school board members, as you know, in Texas, the free full-day pre-kindergarten is mandated for eligible 4-year-old students that have to meet the criteria that is outlined by the Texas Education Agency. And districts are allowed to offer a tuition-based program for students who do not qualify for the free pre-kindergarten program. And districts are required to submit the proposed tuition rate to the Texas Education Agency Commissioner Mike Morath for approval annually. And so the district does believe that offering a tuition-based pre-kindergarten program for ineligible students will assist our community in providing a high-quality education for our young learners, as these are certified teachers. Currently, we have 4 teachers staffed for the 25-26 school year. And so we believe that this also could help a lot of our teachers take advantage of this program, as well as families in Carrizo Springs who would like to have a high-quality pre-kinder program for their 4-year-old. And so what you have is a drafted letter for Mr. Mike Morath, our commissioner, if the board should want to consider a tuition rate for the 25-26 school year. The numbers we currently have right now are 28 students who have qualified through pre-early registration, 11 students that did not qualify with the criteria, and 1 student that is pending evaluation. And so in total, that is 40 students currently right now. At 22 students times 4 teachers, we could take 88 students. So I have heard anecdotally that, you know, the district has taken a different stance. In some years, they will accept non-eligible at no cost, and sometimes, and other times, they will send them away. And so I don't know if Ms. Garcia has anything to add to that, but right now, our recommendation is a $4,000 for the school year of 25-26, which works out where they could pay monthly for the 10 months, or they could pay the full $4,000, but that's the total amount for the whole entire year. Any questions?
But right now, you said there's only 40 current students that have
Right now, 40 total that have applied.
applied.
Mhm. Of the ones who have applied, total of the 40, 28 qualify, 11 do not qualify or meet the criteria for the free pre-kindergarten program, and 1 is pending evaluation.
President
Yes, sir.
Franco, not so much a question, but comment. I know at our prior board meeting, we did have a lengthy conversation on this, an executive session. May I ask that we take this back to executive session for just follow-up discussion before we make a decision? Unless there's any, you know, if anyone's opposed, I understand, but.
If, I think if we're going to discuss teachers, if we're going to discuss the teachers regarding the pre-K, then we can take it to executive.
Well, the language states we're discussing the tuition rate.
Right.
Are we gonna talk about staff in particular? I'm not,
Only if we're going to discuss staff would we be able to take it to executive, is what I'm saying.
okay.
But I think we would talk about staff if we don't have enough kids. What happens to the other 2 teachers, right?
And my only reason for asking it is just so that we make an educated decision here. I want to make sure that everything has been clarified amongst ourselves, because I know we had a lot of discussion on that, and we really hadn't followed up. So that's my only reason for asking to,
Yes.
if allowed.
Okay.
If not, I understand.
Ms. Pearson,
So currently, right now, we have 4 teachers staffed. If you do the 22 students, that would be 88 students. So if the board wants to discuss the staffing for this position, if that would help the board make a decision, then staffing isn't allowable for closed session.
Okay. I have a question for Ms. Garcia. On, like, I guess, when would you know more or less a more accurate count as far as how many pre-K students? Would that be like until August, would you say? Or?
Usually, these are our numbers during the first roundup, and when we return in July, we start our second roundup, so then by July, we get that other influx of parents that register students. So I would say when we return back from July, that first week is usually our second roundup. So.
Okay.
and again, excuse me, I believe this is what information we were waiting for as well. I don't want to, again, I'm not for or against, I just want to make sure we make a well-rounded decision here. Just so that we have all the information needed.
Okay.
Ms.
Ms. Garcia.
Garcia.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying, you mentioned doing another roundup in June. Were you still thinking about doing an additional roundup in June?
Yes, ma'am. It's been my experience the last 3 years that we usually get about 30 some odd students that register that first round. And then the second round, we get even more students. So I was hoping to do a second roundup as well.
Okay. So when is the last date that gives us the best indication of the number of students that are going to register?
I would say when we return in July, if we recapture those parents that did not come in during the first roundup session. But we'll even have students, I mean, we even have parents sometimes that register as far as like the weeks right before school starts. But normally, our numbers are pretty set during the summer when we get that second group of parents.
During the summer, not today in May?
No, generally, we get about 30 some odd every year during the April session. And I'm not sure why, but then we'll get the other half usually comes in during the summer.
Was it said that our numbers are 40 right now? 40 applicants?
We had 40 applicants, 28 qualified based on the eligibility criteria.
11?
Six, I want to say six did
11.
not, 8 did not qualify at all. And then there were 4 that were pending. Of those, we had 4 that were pending a language assessment. 3 did not qualify for the language assessment, and we have 1 student that is still pending their language assessment.
So a total of 11 that did not qualify.
That did not qualify, and the 28 that did, and then 1 pending.
I'm sorry, so that's 2 classrooms probably?
Yes.
Currently, yes. Currently.
Of the 11, the ones that you mentioned that don't qualify, 8 don't qualify, the other 4 pending language assessments. Are those 4 are the ones that didn't qualify?
Right, they didn't meet the income guidelines or any of the other eligibility, which was the language or military connected. They didn't meet any of those criteria.
And if they do meet the criteria of the language, but they don't meet the criteria of the income, do they still qualify?
Yes, they only have to meet one of those, I believe there's 10 criteria. They only have to meet one, and they're eligible for pre-K. So let's say they didn't meet the income, but they met the language, then they qualify.
Okay. And by language, what do you mean by language?
They get tested in English, and if they don't have a good understanding of the language, the English language, then they qualify. Like if the parent says, my child speaks another language, then we give them a language assessment.
Assessment, oh, okay. Thank you, miss.
Another question, how many pre-K students are there this year?
79, I believe. Yeah, 79. We had a larger group this year than we've had in the past. And of those 79, I believe 15 didn't qualify.
Not qualified, okay.
So as of now, pending, we're looking at 2 classrooms.
Right, with the current numbers. But we will get more people that come in the summer. I'm not sure why they don't come in the spring, but in the summer, we tend to get more people coming in to register.
How many more do you predict?
It's just been the pattern the last 3 years that we usually end up with about 30, and then we bring them all, we open it up again and they register, or I'm not sure, but I'm sure we're getting more, just based on what we had our counselors call all of the daycares. Mrs. De Leon called all the daycares, and we had a really good number of about maybe 60 students that were going to be coming in to either kinder or first grade, pre-K or kinder. So we're expecting more students.
Can I add a comment, please?
Yes.
I know this is it's secondary to our important question regarding the education of our students. I just want to add the timeline piece of it. We want to make sure we budget correctly, and so I'm just adding that in as far as you consider when to make the decision. Thank you.
What is your timeline? I mean, when would we have to?
Well, we have budget workshop on June the 24th for some of those expenses, but we will be presenting as we progress more. Okay, we put our final budget in the paper around August the 5th. So sometime in June, we start finalizing our budget with the campuses and principals and through the superintendent. And then in July, we'll make another presentation where we're kind of wrapping up the figures, giving you the overview of total budget revenues and total expenses. And so we would want to be able to consider this, should it mean whatever it means regarding budget. Okay, thank you so much.
And again, to my colleagues, I don't want to push this any further than we have to. I just want to ensure that we're making a quality decision with all the right information.
Yes.
I'd say we just, I mean, if we're gonna get about the same numbers, I mean, or if we wanna wait and look at the numbers, you know, to be sure that we make the right decision, I'd say we just table it for the next month. When right after she has her roundup, the second roundup, whether it be the second week or the third week, you know, if we can't have it during the regular meeting and we have to, then we'll just do a special meeting. It's still gonna give us some time, I mean, because we can crunch the numbers with what we have already.
Right.
Because we're kind of estimating about the same. Could be less that don't qualify, could be more. I mean, but it'll be about the same. Yeah, which is still the same amount. I just say table the item for the next month and then let's see what she gives us. Presents for the second round of the roundup. Of registration?
Did you say there's a deadline for that? Okay.
Next meeting?
We come back and do whatever.
The next date, the next meeting is June, Ms. Garcia, the next meeting is June 16th. What is the date for your roundup?
June 16, early,
I didn't hear. Oh, until July. Oh, until July.
So Mrs. Uriegas and I were talking right now. We could potentially do 3 classes, 1 class of the non-eligible students, and then the other 28 split up between 2 teachers, which would be about 14 each. And we know we're going to get more eventually. But to answer your other question about the pre-K roundup, we usually do a second one right when we come back from our break. So once we're out those 2 weeks, and then the next week, we usually do another all-call. That gives us a month to go back and advertise it in the paper, and we open it up again.
Ms. Garcia, did you say 14 per class?
So if we had 28 eligible, we could divide those between 2 classes, so 14 and 14, plus we're expecting more. So I don't foresee those staying at 14, and then another class of the ineligible students.
So we're looking at 3 classes.
Right, correct.
So then more than likely, it'll get the 4 classes by your
It
July
has-
roundup. More than likely, it'll get the 4 classes.
It has based on the last 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
You've seen it go to 4?
I know my first year here, I was really shocked with the numbers, and we'd advertise it, we put it in the paper, we send out flyers, but during the summer, we had another influx of students, and so that's just been the trend the last 3 years.
So, postpone?
What do y'all want to do?
Where's the date of our June
What do y'all want to do?
June
June 16th is our regular board meeting, and then we have a budget workshop on June 24th. Yes, we moved it to the Monday, the 16th. Yes, yes, sir. Mhm. Yeah, she believes we'll get the numbers, yeah. Or potentially three eligible and one non-eligible, yeah. Yeah.
So the question is, we just don't know how many will be non-eligible of the 4 classes, correct?
And the other thing that the board could consider is, I'm not sure how the board is feeling about the rate, but they could also, just to give us direction, if the board would like to consider, just that we don't go over, so capping it, and then, it's kind of first come, first serve on the spots, if you will, that are available of ineligible students. I just wanted to put that out there if you're wanting options. We do have a budget workshop on the 24th, yes, sir.
Madam President?
Is there any other discussion that we need to do now before you want to, you say you want to bring it to the next meeting, but any other discussion that would help you till then?
But since this proposition, there's no pending motion. Nobody made a motion, so this proposition dies a natural death. So we can schedule whatever date we want without further discussing this one, because there's no motion. It's just a proposition. So we can skip this item.
Okay.
Well, if I may.
Well, I thought we were still
yeah,
asking
yeah,
questions, that's what-
I certainly don't want this to, I'm not proposing that we do away with this item. I just wanted to, what motion will we make? Will we table the motion? Table this item?
Well, this would
Yes.
mean that this motion would just be,
Or it's just a
And-
proposition.
if this one dies, then things would just stay like
Well,
they are, correct?
But no motion has been made.
Yes. So we cannot vote on this one because there's no motion.
I thought we weren't finished, that's why.
So we can just schedule another discussion.
Madam President,
Yes.
one thing on the, when you turn the kids away by charging them, because some of them are not gonna come, and they'll go to look for other avenues, right? Another, I guess, Head Start or maybe a daycare or something. You also have to take into consideration that those entities don't do the same curriculum or implement the same curriculum that we do. So maybe, that might help you all out also as far as whether to charge or not. We want them to be all on the same page because as y'all see, we
Yeah.
want to just smooth transition.
And-
That I know.
And to support what you're saying there, Mr. Cruz, that's where my thoughts were. Should we discuss this further in executive, or if we're not allowed to, understand? Because I want to hear that. I want to make sure, to reassure that I'm hearing those kinds of messages, the financial side of it. I want to make sure and hear that before, at least me, make a decision on this, a sound decision. Again, I'm not for or against. I want to have all the numbers and details, just kind of like what you said there. And I know, Ms. Diaz, and there's money involved, and the money folks were talking. If there's some stuff you can, items, information you can help us with this, that's what I'm asking, personally. Unless everyone here is comfortable making a decision, but I would like to discuss it further, if so allowed, so we can come back and make a decision. If not, I will make a motion to table for the June meeting, but I'm not doing that yet. But if we're comfortable making a decision tonight, I'm all for it. But I want to have some facts, kind of like what Mr. Cruz just said there. If we discussed that back in April, sir, I apologize, but that's a good observation you made right there. So,
agree. I wanna have some more numbers.
If I may, I suggest Ms. Diaz make like a feasibility study on how many kids and how much, and if how many teachers we hire, so we can more or less compare, right?
The
A
cost,
feasibility
the cost
study,
to the,
yeah.
the cost to the district.
Mr. Villegas, along the same lines as you were saying, being on the same page, curriculum, if the parents choose to go somewhere else, daycares, whatever, to, in all fairness to everybody, cost. I would say we do some research on the cost so that we can be fair to the other businesses at this age level, so that we come up with
Yeah,
a price if necessary.
yeah,
Just like you
and-
said, I
and-
want to hear more.
If I,
So that
yeah.
we research
Yes,
perhaps
sir.
the
Yeah.
cost and be in the same line as far as a cost, a price.
And I recall in our, I believe it was our April meeting, Ms. Pearson brought us some numbers, or maybe Ms. Diaz did, of all the different surrounding districts, correct?
So,
No.
so that the math is fair to everyone.
Yes, sir.
And parents have
I'm
the
with you.
choice.
Yes.
Parents can choose to.
I'm with you,
which
sir.
facility
Okay.
they want to pick.
Okay. So we need a motion.
Do we need to table it?
Well, I'll go
Only-
ahead.
Only, we need a motion only if you want to put it back for discussion, or it will just die and it'll just be. Right, correct?
If I'm so allowed to make a motion, I make the motion to table this item into our June meeting as we gain further information to make a more informed decision.
But then you cannot make a motion when this proposition is not a motion. It's not there's no pending motion. It's just a proposition. So, if there's a motion to approve tuition rate, and then you make an amendment to postpone, that would be the proper way. Because this proposition dies naturally because there's no motion to approve.
Well, I apologize. The words aren't coming to me on, maybe we need to
He's
write
gonna-
this
he's
out.
gonna type it.
Okay.
Because
Just keep
it's just
this
gonna leave it
item.
like it is, and then we can still come back, like you're saying, to say,
Okay, I understand now, sir.
okay.
So since there's no motion, so you skip.
Okay. So what do I say there? Okay. I just say, okay. So, there's no motion on that one. We're gonna go on to executive session. Discussion authorized by the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001. A, personnel matters, discussion of resignations, retirements, leaves of absence, reassignments, new employment, new personnel position, duties, responsibilities of employees. Consider approval of revisions to the 2024-2025 compensation plan. Carrizo Springs Junior High School Curriculum Specialist, Student Success Specialist, Summer School Cafeteria Staff Pay Rate. And consider superintendent's recommendations for 2025-2026 positions, the speech language pathologist and diagnostician. The time is 7:40. We're now in executive session. Okay, time is 10:08. We're back from executive session. Possible action in open session for executive session items. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do I read this again, or do I just, no? Do I have to read it again? No? Okay. Do I have a motion? Okay. Will you say these and then as discussed?
President Franco, in regards to item A, personnel matters, I make a motion to approve as discussed in reference to items as discussed in executive session.
So I just say it as discussed in closed session, or read it all? Do you want me to read each one, or individual? Motion made by Michael Uriega, seconded by, who seconded first? Aldoria? To approve the personnel matters as discussed in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. Adjourn. What was that? That's it? That's all that's it. Motion made by Jeff Ortiz to adjourn. Seconded by Noe Zarate. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Time is 10:11.